Good morning, everybody. We've been here. We see what you see. Let's see here. I just want to respond. Um, oh, this is Parker. Good morning, Parker. Back to Sea Point, eh? Yes. Um, okay. And let's see here. Sure dropped the bucket this morning. Oh, okay. We sure dropped the bucket this morning. Said I was down a little bit and wiped my losses out this morning. Well, that's good. Everything just comes down to being consistent. Yes. Every day I give things time they need. This is Parker writing to us. Every day I give things, I hope you don't mind, Parker, time they need. They always produce a 2.0 profit factor. It's funny. Every time I'm I'm I overmanage or get involved, I just chop it up. Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. Taking my time and staying consistent equals wins. Yeah, very, very good. Yep. That's yeah, no problem. That's all good. We can't our equity curves cannot go from peak to peak to peak. It's just not possible. It just isn't. I wish it was, but it doesn't. But if you can stay, focused, this is for everybody. Parker knows this. We have folks, we are on YouTube too. You need to, have a positive profit factor and it'll keep your focus off of the money. If you're not keeping track of a profit factor, then you are keeping track of the money, and then you will be emotional and not talking at you, Parker. They will get you. So, yes, I am running the Sea Point. This is what happens, as you know. When we have folks in Q School, I wind up revisiting various programs that maybe I got away from doing a little bit, and there are others that I want to get back to doing. So, the gentleman who is in Q School is taking to Sea Point a little bit. So did IL, and IL is here too. So I decided, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Um, the risk factor, not the profit factor, but the risk factor is pretty tight, right? It's um almost 1 to 1, but it's got a little bit of an edge. What's kind of funny when you think about it, it's actually, if I calculated the actual percentage, why don't I do that? Um, because this is crazy. Um, Now our members know what I mean about risk factor and profit factor. Risk factor is just before it actually closes, we can calculate risk factor. Oop, bear with me. Um, let's see, it's really tight. Yeah, it's about 1.1, 1.1. And we're running, now we've been running this since Sunday night at 10, beginning balance of 25,000. Now, I did shut down yesterday, as you know, at 3, and from 3 to 6, we didn't do anything. And then we turned it back on, and we'll probably do the same thing today. And then I turned it right back on at 6 o'clock. So it's been running, and that's what it's produced, which is what, $3,700. I haven't put on a single trade. I haven't scalped one, and its profit factor is running at about 1.4. Now that's narrow. That is narrow if I am mechanically trading and putting them on myself in and out, right? But if a machine is doing it, I don't. That's just fine. So, but that's what is running, and we're going to just stay with it. Um, but good to hear, Parker, and you just want to stay patient. If you widen your risk factors, which is fine, you have to be prepared, that there's going to be a little more volatility in your account, you know. So, Parker, I'll mention to you too. I want to mention to everybody that's here this morning, kind of spreading the word. I haven't officially announced it, but if you go to SMC Pro Shop now, and as an annual member, if you click on the annual tab, let me know if it doesn't. You may have to sign out and sign back in to refresh it. The indicator libraries are now there. The strategy libraries are there. The radar libraries are there. And then even the Q School videos are there. So everything is in one place, one password, one place. Everything is there. And then we're still going to be building that out. And but I wanted to let you know. We'll make it an official announcement to everybody when we pretty much have it in place. Hang in there. But yeah, they're you have okay, great, super. And yeah, we got the S&P down 31 points, ES down 32, the Nasdaq down 239, as you can see, the Russell down 14, Dow down 56, 57. That kind of makes sense because that would be a defensive place. The daily views are dipping now. Nasdaq's probably still, it's got the most. I mean, on a daily basis, they're underneath their means, so the market is certainly pulling in for sure. And last night we did code the nightly video red because Nicholas went short. Well, actually, he warned 2 nights ago and then signaled last night. Nicholas is up. This is going to be crazy. Let me tell you how much Nicholas is up. Nicholas is up, confirmed. So he warns on the 15th. He signals on this last night, the 16th, and he is up in total $8,200. Nicholas, for the purpose, for the not the purpose, but for the okay, I see an anomaly here. Do you see this? Let me see an anomaly. Hold on a second. That's kind of weird. Do you see that? So I'm going to make sure the machine that may have moved so quick. No, that was a little bit weird. So sometimes you can get an anomaly, and I'm going to need to reset the strategy. Should have taken that profit, and it didn't. Very weird. So we're going to reset the strategy, and I just happened to catch it in my eye. And we'll reset the strategy. You may not have seen it, but I did. See this one right here? For some reason, the trade did not get filled. So that's a little unusual, but so I just went in manually and took it and then reset the strategy. So you do with these programs, especially something like this one that's running quite a bit, you want to make sure that your power's still on, you want to make sure your internet's still on, and you want to make sure that you are staying in sync. Your trades are staying in sync with the machine. Parker, I'm just curious, what have you been running with, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, the orders are executing beautifully right back. So that was really weird. Don't usually see that. It may have only been there like for one tick, maybe. Now, yesterday, what we agreed to do is once we got above a point, $1,000 in profit, we said that if the account comes back 50%, we'll shut down and/or it will shut down by 3 o'clock. I think we'll do the same thing again today. Why not? And so our high water mark is $2,000 that I've been able to see. This would be a mechanical closing of the strategy. So if our account comes back whereby I'm only up $1,000, I will turn the strategy off. Otherwise, we'll let it run, and I won't let it run past 3 o'clock. For the week, we're up. You can do the math, about $4,100. Let me give you some of the trading detail. At the push of a button, I can come into TradeStation and pull up, generate a report, and there it is. We're running a profit factor of 1.49. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm making $1.50, $1.40, $1.49 for every dollar I expend. That's really it's you're gonna break the casino if you do that every day. Um, we've had since Sunday night at 10, 111 trades. There's no way I could have done that mechanically. I'd be a wet noodle if I was putting on all those trades. Now, could I put on 3 or 4 a day? Yeah, easy. But not 111. Percent profitable, 56.76%. The average winning trade is $215.30. The average losing trade is $189.38. The largest losing trade, $262.40. Maximum consecutive winning trades, five in a row. Maximum consecutive losing trades, 6. So we had 6 losers in a row. We've been trading for 2 days, 13 hours and 5 minutes. Percent of time in the market, 11.91%. Hard to get hit if we're not in there all the time. So we've done this and we're only in the market just a little over 10%. That's the icing on the cake. It's really, really good stuff. I like it. Average time in trades, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Average time between trades, 28 minutes. So we're collecting a bigger sample size too now because when we reported on this the other day, we only had Sunday night. So we have a larger sample, we have a larger data set, and we're starting to get some really nice data. And we're going to want to continue to collect this while we make our money. And then we'll print this data out and save it. And then we continue to run it. And when our strategy begins to deviate from this type of performance, we're going to want to know, right? And maybe we decide to turn something down but now I can only describe this. Our members know, they understand because they are, especially our annual members, because they've all gone through the Q school and they know what kind of detail, and we take them behind the curtain and show them so that they can do this. If you're listening to us on YouTube and all you're focused on is this, and you're focusing on a stochastic, you're focusing on a MACD, you're focusing on a moving average, and you're focusing on every individual trade, you're really behind the curve. You're way, way behind the curve. That's not where the trading is today. So, that's like 1970s stuff, maybe even the 1980s, but it isn't. They've been doing this type of trading for decades now. And I realize nobody else is doing what we're doing. I get that, and they aren't. I don't see anyone doing what we're doing. I know they're doing it, but I don't see anyone showing you publicly. You let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't see it. What I see in here is a bunch of macro babble, and a bunch of, half-baked, rebaked Wall Street axioms, that, the economy is doing this and the economy is doing that, and the market's going to do this, the market's going to do that. And, that is going to drive one to drink if you listen to that day in and day out. And it's not gonna do this for you. That's for darn sure. So you get to choose. So for the week, running one contract now, one contract, one NQ, it has returned $4,354.20, and I have not placed a single trade. Now, if things go, off kilter, no one trade is gonna, knock me, back. But if things begin to, the flight gets a little bit bumpy, then, I have the skill set and the experience to turn it off, right? So, but right now it's a smooth, it's nice and smooth. It's a sit back and, you can put your trade tables down and collect your cash. We're not doing this for you to try to mimic these trades, right? You're on delay. I mean, if we're only in these trades for 3 minutes and you miss, 60 seconds, you miss 30%. So you're on YouTube delay. But we do the YouTube so that you can get a chance to see what it's like. This radar is one of about a dozen radars. This strategy is we got dozens of strategies, dozens. We have over 70 proprietary tools at this point. I'm putting together, I guess they call them a landing page. So if the gentleman's listening, I'm going to try to respond with a few. There's a gentleman, he sent me a note, very nice guy, fellow, and he said, "Hey, Don, the gist of it is, hey, I'm thinking of becoming a monthly member. It's $100 a month. And, can you send me a sample of the nightly video so that, I know it's worthwhile? I get it. I get it. But, we do have, just so that everyone knows, hundreds, hundreds of videos on YouTube that are free. So, and some of those are even the nightly video. But I am going to put together a collection of some videos and so that new people that can buy before they make, an investment of $100, that they get a chance to see, get a glimpse of what we're saying. And I'll probably, use even last night's video. But, when people do that, I also, in fairness to, not to me, but to our programs and our approach, I don't know what experience he has, right? I don't know what level, that person is at. Now, we have certainly had folks come to us with no trading experience, none, and have, joined as a monthly and then later, go to Q school and go off and do some incredible things. But sometimes, in those, some of those folks have just said, one in particular, I think of Logan, and he said, Don, I've never traded a thing. And you know what, I'm going to join. I just want to know what you know. And I'm prepared to, put in all the extra time and all the extra effort to learn and to watch and to learn and to learn and to learn, so that's great. Right. By the same token, though, we sometimes get folks that have no trading experience really and they think they do. That can be a problem. They may judge their trading experience a little bit higher than it really is. And so, I don't, we'll do it, but I don't know if they can sometimes appreciate, the concepts that we're delivering, from watching one nightly video, right? It's not that it takes weeks and weeks, but we're delivering a lot of different content from night to night. And, if a person, for instance, doesn't understand, what the percent B is, if a person doesn't understand the role of the VIX, if the person doesn't understand, the 4 different ways to trade, there are only 4. If a person doesn't understand the profit factor, these are things that are just very, very important to your trading. And the other piece is on options, and we do like to trade options. When it comes to options, there are a lot of people trading options, but you have to understand how options are priced, right? And so options, add another. They have another layer, another degree of difficulty because with this little program on the futures, we're going after the direction. That's what it's doing. I mean, it's what it's doing. Options are priced. You have to nail that. You got to get the direction right. You got to get the timing right. And you've got to get the implied volatility right. Right? Implied volatility. And a lot of people don't even know, who have been trading options for years, don't know what that implied volatility even is and how it impacts options one way or the other. So you can get the direction right, you can get the timing right, you get the implied volatility right, you still may not make any money. So, we have tools in our nightly video that will give a person option setups, option trade setups. But if a person doesn't have yet the experience and the knowledge of around options, they could run into some issues. So I just mentioned that if the gentleman is listening, I am going to put together this landing sheet and give you a sample of last night's video. So we unfortunately, most of our, the majority of our members are monthly members. Um, but and we want to be available to answer your questions, and we explain what else we can do, but we can't give you the attention that we do for a person who's in what we call Q school, which is 3 weeks intense. And there's just so many hours in a day. So any case, it's learning. It's constant. It is constant. And and we are too. There's many ways to skin the cat, so to speak. If you have any questions, this is your opportunity on YouTube. We'll occasionally give a glance to the chat function. If you have any questions, let us know. Please understand, we don't give specific recommendations to buy or sell anything. And I don't manage anyone's money. So you can ask, but I'm not going to give to you, that question. What's your performance rate? What's the performance of that strategy or that? This is learn to trade your game. If you become a member to Stock Market Caddy, please understand we are a mentoring site where we're going to, at various levels, whether you're monthly or the annual, make available tools that we use, an approach that we use. But in the end, you have to make your own decisions and decide what you want to do. Okay. And in the hands, two people could be running a trading robot. One could be doing exceptional and the other one could be doing terrible. Because if that person who, doesn't have the flight time or the trading time and is bringing in all his emotions into the trading robot, he's still going to struggle. That's why this is robot assisted trading. You still need to have and work on your acquired trading skill. See, you guys didn't see it. A gentleman is in a Zoom. He's an annual member. His name is Parker, and he sent us a note. And he said, he struggled a little bit pre-market, and then he got himself right back, and is running consistently a profit factor of 2. But see, he's been doing this. He's been doing it so much and so often. His confidence level is probably off the charts. I can't give anybody confidence. I can give you the tools, I can give you the insight, I can give you, how we approach it, but you have to go get that confidence. And that takes time. And that's what he has. So when he has that confidence level, he's going to have even more confidence to run a particular strategy, because the strategy could be suddenly, start to draw down on his account. And, the person needs to know and feel confident that if that happens, he can step in and mechanically trade and get his account, squared away and headed right back up in the right direction. I hope that makes sense, right? So just like, the autopilot to a plane, and we're describing that Alaska Airlines situation where the plane was climbing at 3,000 feet per minute. It was on autopilot. The pilots, they probably weren't smoking and joking, but they were probably fairly relaxed. And then suddenly, they get, the door, not only did the door to the plane blow off, which had to be a lot of fun, right? The door to the cab or the pilot's cabin, that blew off. So suddenly the door to the plane blows off. The door to the pilot's cabin blows off. All their papers get sucked out. They got a major problem on their hands, and they go from, being totally relaxed to, we got a problem. God, I mean, very, very frightful situation here, right? I mean, they don't know. Was it a bomb? Is the rest of the plane coming apart? And they need to react. And within seconds, they did react. They had to get their mask on so they don't, pass out. And then they took they took the plane off, from what I understand. I don't think they did take it off autopilot. I think they kept it at autopilot, but then they adjusted the altitude from I think it was going to climb to, they were just minutes away from being at 30,000 feet. Had that happened, the whole plane probably would have blown up. But they put it to 10,000 feet. They didn't want to go any lower because they didn't want to hit any mountains, and then they wanted to try to assess what they had. So within, I think within 3 minutes, they had the plane back. It's still in cruise control, but back down to 10,000. So, when you're running this is kind of our dashboard, and, you may be focused on every individual trade. We're kind of focused on the account, and, we're flying at 29,200, right? We're rooting for it. We'd like to see it get to 30,000, 31,000, 32,000, right? But if I start to see a major descent, and how am I going to measure the descent? Right now, this is our high water mark of 2092. So for today, so if this retraces 50%, where I'm only up 1,000, then I'm going to shut down. Now it's at 2345. So roughly $1,200 is now my new marker. And so I'll let it keep running. And we'll keep seeing if we can keep, gaining altitude. But am I putting these trades in and out? No. Am I concerned with quad one, quad two, economic this, economic that, mumbo jumbo? I like listening to some of that stuff. I'm really interested how this bubble's going to blow up one day, and it is going to blow up one day. But I mean, God knows it's been going on for 10 to 12 years. I mean, I expected the bubble to blow up back in 2010, 2011. I thought it was a bubble. So, I mean, that would not have been good if I was betting on that sort of thing. So we don't, right? We don't. We When we decided as traders, we yodel, we give up on trying to be the smartest guy in the room. I'm not. I'm the most ignorant person in this market. And I don't know how high it's going to go, and I don't know how low it's going to go, and I really don't care. I just got to make sure that my account is gaining altitude, hopefully every day, if not every day, but certainly from week to week. And that's all I'm interested in. And I just don't want to hit any mountains. I don't want to get impatient. Okay. I don't want to fly too high. I don't want to fly too fast, right? Could I, come in here and put on, some more contracts, and yeah, but I don't want to take a wing off, right? So you have to, and it's all relative. What we're doing is relative. So do we have members that are trading um, more markets than me, more leverage than me? Absolutely. Do we have members that are trading less? Yes, everyone's got to start. And the beautiful thing about the futures markets, they're all just as liquid. The micros are maybe more liquid now. I mean, those things are very liquid, and which are 1/10 the size. So if you were trading a micro contract, you wouldn't be up 2,300. You would be up, what would that be? 1/10, $234. And and if that's what you have to do to learn and to, get comfortable, right? If you're flying a plane, you don't, come out of flight school, I don't think, and get behind an Airbus and start flying people around, do you? I don't, maybe nowadays they do, right? Sure, if they're, got the right DEI score or something they call it, DE. We won't go there. I hope not. Sounds like it is, though. If you want us to plug in, and in the meantime, Swing Machine is just doing its thing, right? Which is always beautiful. We keep it central. If you want us to plug in any market on any interval, I'm happy to do that. So just let me know if you got a stock or something you wanna put in. I should have put in the time. The weekly balance was 25,000. That was at 10 p.m. on Sunday night. So this is where we be. So having a very nice week. And it's only Wednesday, right? So we won't be, I can tell you right now, we won't be trading on Friday. We usually take Fridays off. Usually trying to shut down early each day and trying to shut down early each week, which also needs to be practiced. You need to set yourself up. If you are sitting home and trying to trade and you're like, I got 8 hours, I'm going to trade all 8 hours, and you're doing it manually, I think that's over. I think that's too much, right? Even pilots, they can only be in the cockpit for so many hours. You can, get tired, mentally tired. Any questions, let us know. Another winning trade. We're climbing. Things are pretty smooth. You can put your trade tables down, put your feet up, relax, enjoy the flight. Oh man, where else can you have so much fun? Isn't it crazy, right? And there are people, because I hear from them, I can hear CNBC in the background when they call. I can literally hear it sometimes, or Bloomberg. You listen to all that crap every day. Oh my God. It'd be like listening to, all that political crap. Give yourself a break. Don't bother. Get in, get your money, get out, get on with your day. Go do some fishing, walk with your dogs, play some golf. It's supposed to enjoy our time here, right? And the problem I have is I enjoy the hell out of this. And so I have to kind of steal myself away um, to go do something else. I mean, I have gotten to a place where I equate this to like playing golf or to fly fishing or anything. And so you know, sometimes it's even more fun. It's an absolute hoot. And thank you, Parker, for sharing that. When I hear, from my members that they that they're doing it, it's great. I don't have to know, by the way, for folks on YouTube, I don't have to know the money, right? They won't even, you know, most of the time they don't tell me, and I don't need to know, but they'll tell me their profit factors and they fluctuate, right? And but we all know what they mean, right? So, we have had members have profit factors on a weekly basis over 80. I mean, that's like, crazy good. Now, if you don't know what a profit factor is, that's not so good. That means you're trading greed and fear. And if you're going to keep doing that, yeah, just keep doing it. You know, I mean, let me know how that works out. By the way, we got a, message from Chris. We're back and forth. He's traveling about, but Chris punched up exactly what we have here, and now he's probably still running. I don't know exactly where he is at this moment, but the last time I talked to him, which was about maybe a half hour ago, he had th three trades off of this program. Boom, 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 and was up $750. Thank you very much. Beautiful thing. Doesn't it doesn't hurt me. It's good. It's it's a beautiful thing. Now he's got a decision to make, right? Does he keep running? Does he stop? I mean, that's why we can't talk about really and don't about performances and stuff because um, Chris has good, excellent acquired trading skill, and he's going to do what he's going to do, and he knows what he's going to do, and he's as he's got game, and okay, so there's another one that I see. See that? I'm not sure why that is. The market may be moving. Okay, there it is. Moving pretty fast, but a little bit of a delay there. Now we're at $4,900 for the week. Um, Getting very close to a weekly goal here, running one market, one strategy here. But I'm gonna stay with it, give folks a chance to see this, and okay, so I'm just getting an update from Chris and Don. Ran it since 9, up $1,250. That's a beautiful thing. Great job, Chris. Now, I don't know, and I don't want to know, right? I don't need to know how much capital a trader has, right? Or their position. I don't need and I don't want to know. Um, but you can run multiple markets. You can run more than this is one mini contract. Now, between the hours of 9 and 4, the margin that is being used is about $1,900. Now, after hours, it's using much more. It's using 10 times that. It's using about $19,000 in margin. Um, but it is all machined. Do we have the capacity? You know, okay, and there's the order. We're right on there. Okay, so we're cruising. We're at cruising altitude now. We're at 30,000. All right. So there shouldn't be any doors blowing off. I'm gonna stay with the flight theme here. That just um but but I am nearby. Um they say, and I don't know, right? I have no flying skill, right? I mean, I have no, I'm not a pilot, never was, never, but I do find their training and their attitude and their approach like really interesting. And that's why I listen to their podcasts. And they say that, I never thought about this when I'm sitting in the back of the plane, that they're constantly thinking about, if something goes wrong, where are they going to put this thing down? That's crazy, right? It's not something you think about when you're a passenger. Um, so when we're trading, um, we have kill switches. What would I, want to do? We have backups if the power goes down, if my internet goes down, Wi-Fi, I have all those backups so that if I'm in an order, I can get out of the order. Um, and So you want to be prepared, but there's nothing in this strategy. You guys have been watching this strategy some for hours. Um, no one trade the since Sunday night, the largest losing trade we've had, I think, is like 260 something dollars. I mean, that's right in line with the way that we've programmed it. So I just got to make sure that it keeps performing. So we're up for the session, what I call the session, and that's from about 2 in the morning. We were running it overnight, but that is totally the total starts in TradeStation resets our daily this number here, the daily number at about 2 in the morning. It gets reset, and so if we come back, if we lose half of this, which is now, so we were at $1,000. Now we're at 1,500. I'll turn the strategy off. I hope it doesn't come back, but otherwise we'll let it run. If it gets to be 3 o'clock, I will also shut down. Now at 2 o'clock, I've got to catch up with Sajad. Sajad is in our Q school, and he is trying to, we're trying to expose to him. In Q school, we're may not be able to get everybody. We're trying to peel the onion back and try to show everybody as much as we can show them at the same time as they're getting their trading legs. And everyone comes into Q School at a different level. So depending upon what level they're at and coming in, but we still, our goal during Q School is regardless of level, is to make sure that we peel as much of the onion back so the person can at least see what's possible. And then they can decide from there, make an informed decision how they want to proceed, what they might want to do, and how they want to go, right? So that's the idea. Rather than going to some trading symposium that you pay thousands of dollars for, something a whole lot more. I mean, there are these things. I don't want to say where they are. They're like, tens of thousands of dollars, and teaching like one thing, and then that one thing doesn't work, and then the person doesn't know where else to go, what else to do. And so we're trying to approach this to show you what's possible and then empower you to be able to make adjustments. And again, I just keep referring because Parker shared with us this morning exactly what you'd be able to need to do. He had a little drawdown this morning. And it's like, okay. And then I just, I got to do this, get myself back, and boom, square it away. Sorry for the cough. The other thing too is, I'm just more so, this is, for the folks that are passing by on YouTube, and we do this sort of, we create awareness, but we're also doing it as a screening process too, right? So there was a person that, on Sunday night, because the market wasn't doing much of anything and it wasn't producing, what a waste, what he sent, the note was, I'm imposing his voice, but the note was basically, what a waste of time this is. You know, if a person has the attention span of a gnat, okay, if you have, just no attention span, and some people don't, then, the whole trading game is probably not a good idea. Whether you come to us or you come to somebody else, if that's you got that attention span, like I say, of a gnat, that you want to be flying from one thing to the other to the other, you're probably going to struggle. You're probably going to struggle with a lot of things in life. But so, we, um, and we're pretty good. We do not accept everybody. If I get the slightest hint of that, and I will get it. If I'm going to spend 3+ weeks with a person, we're going to have to talk on the phone a little bit. And if I get the slightest indication of that, you won't be doing it because um, I don't want you wasting your time or your money, and I definitely don't want to waste mine. So just a little, but you have to have some patience, right? And I think the folks that are here know that. Okay, so we're still moving along here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. As we approach midday, Wednesday, January 17th at almost noon. And the market's having a little respite from the sell-off this morning. And we continue to run our little program. And we're off of the high watermark. High watermark was $3,000 for trading one contract. The margin being used at this hour of the day is just $1,900. So not a bad return. The controls that we are running on the account is if it reaches 3 o'clock or the account comes back more than half of its high watermark, then it'll be shut down and we'll come back and do it again. We'll turn it on at night. We turned it on last night at about 6 p.m. So we take the rest of the day off, but take a break and then turn it on and run it overnight. For the week, we've been sharing the stats. We'll share the stats at the end of the week. We won't run on Friday. And we started with a beginning balance of 25,000. So you can see our net, we're up $4,707.60. The profit factor is running about 1.6, which is higher. It's fairly narrow, but it's machined. And you can make good money with narrow risk factors. And it is performing better than the back test. So that's good. The volatility in the market is certainly helping us. And if you have any questions on what it is you're seeing, be sure to visit the site. If you got any other questions, you can email us. And I'm also available 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. You can always call. But otherwise, we wish you the best in whatever it is you're doing. If you're getting it done, keep doing it. If you're not, you might want to stop, look, listen, think about what you're doing. Memberships are monthly. It's month to month, $100. I think there's very, very good value. But if you're not satisfied, you can stop. Our retention level for monthly membership runs at about 90%. So we're proud of that. Annual memberships are a much bigger step. And our retention level from 1 year to the next runs at about 75. I'd like to see it higher, but I think that's still very good. And but please know we have a limited number. If you have any thoughts about becoming an annual member, you must be a monthly. And we don't accept everybody. You have to go through what we call a Q school. It's 3+ weeks. And we've had some folks, which I understand, say that, Don, I just don't have the time. No problem. Totally understand, but you won't become an annual member. Well, you have to go through it once. And it's best for you. It's best for us. And if you do go through the annual, the Q school, you'll have a very good idea who we are, what we're about, but more importantly, you're going to answer the question that you have. Are these tools going to help me? Do I have game? Can I do this? I don't know, right? I think that everybody has it in them, but I know realistically not everyone does. And I can't tell from a conversation on a phone or, over the internet, whether or not someone can do that. Because people will do what they do. And I just don't know. But we can set up the construct during the Q school, during the 3 weeks, to give you the opportunity to answer that question for yourself. At the end of that 3 weeks, then we reserve a spot for you. And we'll be very frank. I mean, if we think that you're going to be challenged, we're going to tell you that. If we think you're going to take to it like a duck to water, we're going to let you know that too. And because we're going to have a really good idea by the end of the 3+ weeks. But we'll reserve a spot for you if you want to become an annual member. If you do, we're going to credit you back 30% of the cost of the Q school. But the hand-holding, the intense hand-holding that we do during the Q school will come to an end. And we're available for technical support, but you'll be assuming, full responsibilities for your trading and your learning, once the Q school's over. We don't accept everybody too, by the way. So if you want to do the Q school, we do need to have a conversation over the phone. We've got to make sure that that you're doing, or you feel that you're doing the right thing, and we got to make sure that there's a good match there. So, and if there isn't, it isn't, but because we don't accept everybody, and we only issue so many licenses a year. And for the last 2 years, they closed in early November. So just be aware. Good luck, and we'll let you watch. Thanks. Okay, so we're also into some midday chop, right? You know, we're asked all the time. We ask ourselves all the time, can you avoid chop? No, no, not possible. Not possible to avoid chop. And in fact, when you become a very good, confident, solid trader, you'll like chop. It can be an indication of other things to come. And but if you're constantly trying to avoid chop, um, that's not gonna, can be a hard way to go. And because you don't know when it's gonna bust out. And if you're always waiting for the to get the bust out, then you wind up getting countered back and you get chopped back. It's like a crackback block in football. So we're just very content here. I haven't put on a single trade. All these trades, I think we're up over 120 some odd trades for the week. And since Sunday, we've been in the market less than 12% of the time. Hard to get hit when you're not in the market. But if you're passing by and you're doing the candle thing, reading candles and got your hand form fitted to the mouse and you got the moving average on there and you got the stochastic and you got the MACD, then you got the volume, and then you're listening to that guy and this guy and that guy, and you're trying to match up the hourly with the daily, and good luck with that. Let me know how that works out. Um, if you didn't know, all that candle stuff, that is 1970s stuff. 1970s. So it is 2024 and we are moving on. Our programs are automated and we've been using AI functions in here and getting stronger and better, for years. I mean, before really they were calling it AI, we were calling it robot assisted. But we have programs that are and can be making adjustments as they go, as the day unfolds, and kind of it learns what is taking place. And we have a whole package that we call smart exits. And there's nothing on the screen that I can even discern. The machine is doing it mathematically. By the way, if you are an options trader, or thinking about options trading, if you are going to a chart first and then choosing an option, I think you're going to struggle. I really do. Most really good option traders do not need a chart, but we have tools that will not only pick some of the stocks, but will also tell you what is the best configuration, defined risk configuration, defined risk. If you know how to trade options, right? And that's always a big assumption. And I've talked to people that have been trading options 5 or 10 years, and it's a little bit scary how little they understand how options function, how they're priced, and it's critical that you understand that. But I was going to make a point, and I forgot where I was. But when it comes to the options, on the charts, it's our tools are making those decisions based on the math of options, right? Options are priced by a math formula. It's so why wouldn't we use that math formula to pick our options? Now, once you've done that, and you understand that, and we explain to our members what that tool is, how it works, why it works. Then if you take the 5 or 10, suggestions and then look at a chart, okay, I'm okay with that. But if you're looking at a chart, going from chart to chart to chart, and I think I'm going to get myself a call option on Apple, I good luck. Options, it isn't a question of difficulty. It isn't that one is more difficult than the other. It's just that they're more intricate, and you need to understand them. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of free information, and you can glean. We will we certainly address it, during our Q school. We'll be addressing it more. But any case, we wish everyone the best. We're here. Any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. And we'll try to take a peek. Our governor for today is our high water mark was 3,000. If this comes back to 1,500, I'm going to slide into the chair and shut the strategy down. Otherwise, I'll let it run. If it gets to 3 o'clock, so it is whatever comes first. If it gets to be 3, I will also shut it down, and then we'll let the market close out. And then after 6 p.m., we'll turn it back on again. And this is our beginning balance. We started, I should have put the time in here. Our weekly beginning balance was 25K. And that started at 10 p.m. on Sunday. During the daytime hours, between the hours of 9 and 4, the margin requirements to trade this NQ is $1,900. $1,900. Beyond that, the original margin is about 19 grand. So that's a little bit tight for an account this size after hours, but we got visibility on it. We got controls on it. We're adequately capitalized. We understand, but one of the biggest mistakes that traders make a lot of them, but in the beginning, because I think folks just don't know what they don't know, and that's all part of learning. But one of the big mistakes that retail traders, whether you're trading futures, options, or even stocks, is over leveraging or being undercapitalized. It's the same side of the same coin. And I get it. I understand what you're trying to do, trying to get the big hit and, punch it out. I'm going to try to get this account from 25,000 to 50,000. That's fine. If you want to do that, I think there's a discipline to that. I think you should really, pick your spots, but that isn't what we're doing, right? That's not what Susan and I are doing. We're trading incrementally, day in, day out, and creating cash flow. So if that appeals to you at some level, feel free. These YouTube videos are your opportunity to ask questions. And I'm happy to plug in if you're trading a stock and you want me to plug that into Swing Machine and you want to see, there's a tremendous amount of information here. Swing Machine Plus is original proprietary code. There's close to 500 to 600 lines, maybe more, of code into Swing Machine Plus. It's doing a lot of grinding. Can it be put onto a chart? Yes, but it's a hell of a lot easier to watch it from here. This program here is beautiful, but almost everything you see, this is all automated. There's a paint bar here operating. That's all automated. These little red points, you can't see them in the greens. These are the C points. That's all automated. This little golf ball here that we call trade ball, that's automated. These swing points here are automated. What isn't automated is this writing, and the writing on here, this writing. This is actually all part of the code. That's the writing here is from Zoom. Now we do have programs that can populate all 4 corners. We didn't put them on so to keep things clean, and they will speak to us in English. We could actually put them in the language of choice too, by the way. But if you, as members, you could always just let us know. But they can and do speak to us in English and can tell us information that we need to know. I'll just leave it at that. And we put them in, they populate in all 4 corners of the trade. So it really is very much like, never been in the cockpit. I've never been in one, but for me, this is a bit of a trading cockpit. It is our dashboard. and we're just flying along. That's about that. That's about it. But I hope you're having fun. Let us know. Enjoy. And we've gotten a number of questions today, so thank you. We've gotten a number, emails, and even some phone calls. And I get it. Folks want to know, what is the performance? What is the performance report? What are the for expectations? Folks, I'm not a mutual fund. Okay, I'm not managing your money. I'm not. I'm not giving you specific recommendations. If you want that, there are people that will do that, and they're called mutual funds or, whatever. We're not. I'm not giving specific recommendations, and I'm not managing money. So that isn't a liability. It is, but it is not just a liability statement. We are here to help people trade their own game, right? Do your own thing. So if you want to subscribe to a service, so give you, for instance, we had a person say, well, I don't want to pay that kind of money. I don't want to pay $100 a month and I don't get alerts. I want alerts. So I want trade setups. So we don't give you specific trade setups or an alert service. Now the algos are chock full of those opportunities every night. Now, if you have the skill set to glean, and we try to give you a little bit, but if you don't know how to trade, then you may not get anything out of it. You need an education. But for our annual members, I don't build them their alerts. They build their own alerts, right? They can come in, for instance, on Swing Machine, and they understand how it works, they understand why it works, they understand the logic behind it. And if they want to set up an alert that goes to their phone or their email or a text, they can do that. We can build alerts, and we will, on anything. On, if it's got to be into the code, number one, and then you can alert from there. So we think that's a better, I hope it's a better way to go. I would rather have my own alerts. I'd rather see, this is the difference. See, when I go out to play golf, I want to play. I want to choose the clubs. I don't want somebody telling me, oh, that's a 7-iron. No, the wind is in my face. I think I'm going to hit a 6-iron. Now it's a 7-iron. I don't need that rattling around in my head. I don't need that or want that, when I'm playing golf. When I go fishing, when I'm out fly fishing, there may be other people out fly fishing, I might, if I'm fishing with a buddy, ask him, hey, well, what's he biting or something, but most part it's pretty quiet. And I want to choose my own flies. I want to play my own, I want to do my own thing. And now Susie, we started out, I taught this how, we didn't start with Stock Market Caddy, by the way, right? We haven't been doing this for 6 months or 6 years. We've been doing this a long time. Susan and I started this in the early 2000s, and then Stock Market Caddy came out of the ground in 2012. Susan, at the end of the day, would want to tell me, I did this, I did that. I wanted to dissect every little trade. I said, Susie, those trades are gone. They're not going to be there tomorrow. They're going to be something else there tomorrow. You made the best decisions that you could make. There is no point in going back and analyzing every little trade. I don't want to see you waste your time. And quite frankly, I didn't want to waste mine. And I had to say that in a loving way, but I didn't want to waste my time, and I didn't want to see her wasting her time. So if you're going back and and reviewing every little trade that you put on, I mean, I think it's pretty much of a waste of time. Now, I do think you should keep score with profit factor, and I think you should keep the intrinsic score, because it isn't so much the specific trade that you'll be scoring, but I can glean from a scorecard from one of our members things that they may not glean. And it speaks to that person's trading personality. And it is what it is, right? So I can tell if a person is overly, if I get a scorecard, I can tell if they're overly aggressive. I can tell if they're too cautious. I can tell if they're getting sloppy with their stops. I can glean a lot. But if they don't have a scorecard, not only can I not help them, they can't help themselves, because they don't know what they were doing when they were trading well and when they were trading poorly. They just don't know. And they're going to be up the creek without a paddle, right? So we're real big believers. You don't have to have a diary necessarily of trades. You don't have to have it doesn't have to be pages long, but something that you put pen to paper, or generate a report in, so that you have a stack of them every day. We can see the 5-minute VIX. See that 5-minute VIX go along, starting to trend up. This market looks like she's gonna. I'm just looking at the radar. It looks like she's gonna sell down here. I'm not saying this, but I am making note of it. Not suggesting anybody on YouTube try to take any of these trades, but I want to highlight right here. It doesn't happen that often. It happens every day, but I want to bring everybody's eyes to this guy right here. See that that red 2 in there, right here? That is a 5-minute signal. And now it may work out, it may not. So I'm not suggesting anybody take this trade, but I'm going to highlight it. Notice the time, 12:30, 12:30. The 1 minute went a little bit earlier, and that just means that it's on its second 5-minute interval. What you have to realize as a trader, that your equity curve, your account, it is not possible to go from peak to peak to peak. If you're a new trader and you think you're going to get in here every day and your account's going to go, from $5,000 to $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, going to go straight up, that is not realistic. That is not going to happen. And you are going to have what is known as drawdowns. You're going to have drawdowns on individual trades. You're going to have drawdowns on your account. And if you over leverage, or you're not prepared for that sort of thing, you're going to, and you're trying to play a perfect game, you're going to be like the golfer who is trying to hit a perfect golf shot every single time. He's going to squeeze the club. He's going to be very, very tense, and he's going to play a lousy game. Nothing good happens when you're full of emotion and tense. And I certainly don't want my pilot, going back to the pilot, I don't want my pilot really nervous. By the way, I heard a little audio of that pilot who, when that door blew off, it was a lady up there, and she didn't sound too good. But I don't know what I didn't hear the co-pilot, but that's when you really want to have hopefully some military training. Those people train, right? So they're prepared. Good luck, everybody. Any questions, let us know. Okay, so the machine just put in another order there, took it short. That looks pretty good to me. Let's hope it pays off. And it is not trading. This program here is not. It's running something called SMC C point. It is not trading swing machine. We could be trading swing machine, but we opted not, you got to make a choice of what you're going to run. And we can do all kinds of things. We can run multiple markets, right? So that, I think most traders, beginning traders, they're playing checkers. Not only can we play chess, but we can play a multi-dimensional game of chess. We can trade multiple time frames against other time frames. We can trade other markets against other markets and do that robotically, right? If we want to trade the VIX and when it's doing what it's doing on a mathematical formula, trade the NASDAQ or ideally the ES futures, we can do that. If we wanted to make a decision on what the market is doing and then enter a trade on Apple one way or the other, we can do that too, right? Now, we can take that information and trade options mechanically, but we cannot trade options robotically. Mechanically, yes, and we do, but not robotically. And the reason for that is options, some of them are very liquid, but most of them aren't. And you have to be very mechanical when you're placing, in our view, those trades, getting them in. Otherwise, you just overpay. And I know they say, the commissions are free and everything else, but if you're getting scalped, it can be a very expensive endeavor. All right, I got to step away. We're going to let you watch. Now we had to step away for a few minutes, but you can see this trade. This is the last 5 minute segment. I believe it was. Yeah, this is at 115. I'm not sure if the earlier one succeeded or not. I don't have a view on it. But this one is in fact underway yet again. And all of the trading that you're seeing here and reflected here, it's what is up in this window here is showing right here. That's the unrealized view. This is the realized profit for today. This is where the account is. The account started at this on Sunday night at 10. All of the trades have been fully robotic. The trades are going in and out. Now, I do have a little bit of experience, just a little, of choosing strategies, setting them, and flying the plane, so to speak. Our members also have great experience. I'm not suggesting that these robots are going to automatically print you money if you become a member. I'm not saying that at all. You do need to have good acquired skill. So you have to go to flight school. You have to learn. We don't want you crashing the plane, right? But in the end, you're going to have to fly the plane. So you want to practice, and get the best education you can get. And quite frankly, I don't know of anyone doing what we're doing. And I have visibility on YouTube and Twitter and all of that. What I see out there is the same old, MACDs, stochastics, and candle this, candle that, and Tesla is going to take over the world and all that. AI, it's all noise to us. We wish you the best. Call anytime. Enjoy. Yeah, the machine took a quick profit there, I think, or it could have been, um, may have been a stop loss. Yeah, may have been a small loss. I'm not sure. I didn't quite see it. It looks like it was a small loss. Okay, we're back in cruising altitude. I like it above 30,000, considering we started at 25,000. So we're at cruising altitude, and you can keep your seatbelts on. You're okay to put your tray tables down. You can look out the window. We're above all the noise, all the garbage out there, and enjoy the ride. Oh my goodness. Can it be this easy? It can be. It can be, but you do need to work at it. And our members do, right? So we have folks that are watching and passing through on YouTube and checking in when they can and grinding on this and grinding on that. Our members are already they're underway. They're doing their thing and they're constantly working. They're a very patient group, very disciplined group. They get it. They most certainly do. Um, the decision to become an annual member comes at the end of your Q school, not before, at the end. And the way that we look at it too is the decision that one makes will be the best decision for themselves. And whatever that decision is also best for us, right? That's the way we look at it. And so we're here and ready. We do schedule these though. The Q schools are scheduled, right? We have folks that are scheduled out, so that we have to pencil in some dates. It's a big time commitment on your part, our part, and so that has to be scheduled. So don't assume that that we can start, on any particular date, right? And we won't do we don't run more than two, and it's individual, it's one-on-one, and we don't, so it's always just you potentially and me. We have a dedicated link, and we don't do more than two at one time. So there's never more than one Q school student. Ratio is 1 to 1, me to them, me potentially to you. And we encourage you. We want you to be curious. We encourage your skepticism. You should be skeptical, right? What you don't want to be, well, I don't want to tell anybody what they should or shouldn't be. They can be whatever the way they want. Um, but is cynical. There's a difference between being skeptical and cynical. So, like for instance, we had a person on Sunday night from the young. This is a waste of time. Okay, that's cool. We're fine with that. Move on, move along. He's cynical, and he's going to stay cynical. He's going to be that way the rest of his life, and not going to help him much. There is a difference between skeptical and skepticism and cynicism. Any questions? Let us know. If a person and we certainly do have members that are trading swing machine, and if they took it at 115, that's less than 5 times 8 is 40 minutes ago, less than 40 minutes, are up $1,000. Maybe they took their profit at 500. Maybe they took it at 800. Maybe they're going to sit on it. Now, we're not suggesting that those of you, we're not encouraging those of you watching on YouTube that you should be taking these trades. If you are, it's not what we encourage, and it isn't why we do this. We're not trying to prove an outcome. We're trying to create some awareness. And if you are going from about to about or channel to channel, person to person, and picking off a trade, have fun, but just know that that isn't going to get it done for you. We're trying to teach people how to trade as a business, trading their cash flow, working their time, their money, their acumen to extract cash flow. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry about that. I was with one of our persons in the Q school. So we want to get in here. We said we're going to shut down at 3, and we are going to shut it down. And so let me get in and shut off the strategy. Let's go in here and just fire it off. Okay, so she's off. So what did she do for the day? She did 3187. We've been running since Sunday night. Let me give you, and I'll answer some questions if Tony, I think Tony was there, I had a question. I'm sorry, he may not be there any longer, but you're welcome to give us questions. So for the entire week, this strategy is running a $1.50, a profit factor of $1.51. Really consistent, really consistent. So we're making $1.51 for every dollar we put at risk. And the number of trades, 134 trades, 56 winning percentage. And, we're up over $5,200 for the week. The annual rate of return is ridiculous, so I'm not even going to say it. The percent of time in the market increased a little bit. We got in the market a little bit more today. 14.67% of time in the market, which isn't much at all. And that is a beautiful thing. The average time in trade, 4 minutes. Average time between trades, 25 minutes. Once again, flawless execution by the machine. And I'm happy to answer Ronnie Perez. Hey, Don, how do you deal with the fees of so many trades executed? Ronnie, this is, there can be some small adjustments, but TradeStation will recalculate overnight, through the clearinghouse. But you're looking at a cost in and a cost out on trades of and this is reflected in what you're seeing. It's an estimate. It can get readjusted by TS overnight, but you're talking $1.50, So all week, we've had but this amount reflects the estimated commissions. Now, like I say, it can adjust, but what did we just tell you? We had, I think we're at about 130 trades. So, you're looking, but this already reflects that, so it's just the cost of doing business. I wish everyone the best. If there are any other questions, let us know. The market's about to shut down. We got to get back to work. We got other work we got to do and wrap up. Hope you enjoyed the day, and be sure to visit the website and send us any questions you might have. Thanks again. Thanks, Ronnie, for the question. We wish everyone the best. Good luck.